A beautiful day in Melbourne. It is day 5 of the Australian Open for 2025, and we start off on Margaret Court Arena with Aryna Navarro, the 8th seed, who had a tough opening round but got through, taking on Wang of China. And looking forward to this clash. They met a year ago here at this event. Navarro getting the win. Let's see what happens today. Another bumper crowd filing into Margaret Court Arena. We've got some great matches for you across today. It is an American court. Taylor Fritz coming up next, the 4th seed against Cristian Garin. And then Madison Keys will headline the evening session. Daniel Medvedev out here as well as we work our way through the second round of matches for the 2025 tournament. And the players are not too far away from arriving out on court. Great support. Plenty of Chinese fans in the stands, and there's plenty to cheer for them. 4 players inside the world's top 100, and then don't just look at that. There's 4 players between 100 and 200. They are rising as a force again in women's tennis. For Aryna Navarro, who was the 2024 most improved player on the WTA, eyeing off more success. So players are not too far away from arriving out on court. I'm Peter Mikado. I am very, very excited to be alongside Chanda Rubin for this one. Hello.
Hello. First match of the day. It's a beautiful day here in Melbourne. I'm going to try to keep saying it that way.
Love
Not
it.
Melbourne. Do I have it right?
You do.
Okay, thank you. But I'm excited for this one. You mentioned Aryna Navarro had a tough first round match. She worked her way through it against a fellow American, Peyton Stearns. And so maybe she can be a little more relaxed starting this one. I expect this one to be a compelling, really competitive match. These two played once before, and it was a tight 3-setter that Navarro won. That was just last year. So not so many secrets between these two players, but different dynamics when you are in these early stages of a major.
6-1, 6-7, 7-5, 2 hours and 35 minutes in the opening round last year. The contrasting fortunes for the remainder of the year between the two players, with Navarro making that rise up the rankings, getting a top 8 seeding, so important at these events. And Wang dropping down the rankings, but a quality player. Let's bring them out onto court.
We are ready for our first match here at Margaret Court Arena for day 5, women's singles second round. Please welcome from China, Wang. And joining her on court, our 8th seed from the USA, Aryna Navarro.
So Aryna Navarro making her way out to Margaret Court Arena. Shanda mentioned a beautiful day for tennis, bit of rain around yesterday. That has cleared. And for the next couple of days, have absolutely no problem. It will be picture perfect. It'll be comfortable for the players. A cool breeze coming through this morning. It'll start to heat up a little bit, but not like some of the extremes that we've seen in tournaments gone past, at least not for the next couple of days anyway. A real opportunity here for Aryna Navarro. Mentioned that top 8 seeding and how important it is, the protection that you get in terms of playing the top players. It's more of a week 2 assignment if you can get there. For Wang, ranked 108 in the world, has been inside the world's top 50, got 1 title to her name, had those points to defend. It's been a leaner year for her, hence the drop in ranking, but still a quality player.
It's always interesting to see how a player will play consistently at a particular ranking, and for Wang getting to inside the world's top 50 in 2023, it was because of her 2022 season.
You're standing here. Remember, we're facing this way, so
Here's
turn
Simon
around.
Kahneman, our chair umpire.
There we go. So, ladies, we have Cyrus here for the coin toss. from our Hot Shots program. So, just reminding you, we do have the automatic line calling for the towels. If you could use the red box, please, and the blue box for your towel. And of course, we do have the VR, so if you want to review anything unusual, we can do that as well. Any questions? No? So, Cyrus, who would you like to call? It's AO or John Newcomb? AO. In the air, let hit the ground, please, Cyrus. John Newcomb it is. Receive. Okay, just a quick photo, please, facing this way.
The toss, just will receive, and nice elevation on the coin toss by young Cyrus there. Got some nice elevation. You've got some good coin roll as well. You're happy with that. The young Hot Shots participant in this Australia program, getting kids into the sport. With the modified rackets and tennis balls. It is Hot Shots Day here at Melbourne Park, and there are plenty of youngsters wandering around, some of them having the opportunity to have a hit on the courts before play starts.
What a treat, what an experience that is for the youngsters, and it's been a lot of fun seeing them in the stands during this first week of play. And it continues to heat up. Second round match here, and the lefty Wang is looking to create a little more noise. Mentioned that she lost some points towards the latter part of the season. Ranking has fallen, but what an opportunity to add points, to build, and especially here at the start of the season.
Yeah, certainly, and it's just a lean year, and I mentioned that, but still playing on the main WTA tour. Didn't have to drop back to play on the ITF circuit, and it just runs of sort of first rounds and things like that. But 108 and plays a lot higher than that. Would have got a lot of confidence from her first round match here. And she's a player that is emblematic, I guess, Chandra, of Chinese tennis at the moment. We're seeing that real resurgence. It was Li Na leading the way, and then it dropped a little bit just in terms of numbers, and now it's picking up again. And
3 minutes.
Where players have the opportunity not just to train and play in China, but they're getting worldwide assistance. They're training at different places. They're using international coaches, and it's paying off.
That has been the case, and it is paying dividends. I mean, Wang, just 23 years of age, so still very young and gaining the experience. But you talk about Li Na and how she completely shifted tennis in China, and tournaments became part of the calendar. We now have the Asian swing, and that is due in large part to Li Na and how successful she was, how many eyes she brought to the sport. And we're seeing the effects of it in these young players, coming up as well.
World number 8 is Emma Navarro, and what a season that she had. Won the title in Hobart just to get your season started, to get that title under your belt, and then continued from there. 6 semi-finals, of course, the big one coming in New York towards August, September time.
2 minutes.
Really showed, I mean, she has the self-belief. She feels that she belongs, and this is sort of fulfilling that destiny.
I mean, what a year it was, 2024, for Emma Navarro. She came to Australia for the first time as a pro, playing the Australian Open, and was seeded. And that was a specific decision she made. She won matches at every level. 2023, she paid her dues, and she started gaining that confidence. And so in 2024, it almost seemed like she came out of nowhere, but it was the consistent work that she put in. Got super fit, and you can still see she's one of the fittest players on tour. And the question now is, how do you back it up? How do you back up such a terrific freshman season, so to speak? I mentioned the head-to-head. Navarro won the only meeting between these two last year. And it was a tight match. And so Wang can maybe take a little solace from that. She was right there.
1 minute.
So here are the weather conditions. It's not raining. That's all you need to know. 17 Celsius, 62 for you, Chanda. A light breeze, but it is coming from the south.
You're going to have to grade on a curve for me, and I appreciate it.
Don't worry, it works for me the other way. I struggle the other way too. But let's have a chat with Emma Navarro's coach, Peter Ayres, who joins us. Peter, thank you so much for your time just before the match gets underway. It was a tight opening round. What positives did you take from the encounter in round number 1?
Ladies and gentlemen, this second round match will be the best of 3 tiebreak sets. Wang Zhiyu won the toss and chose to receive.
Yeah, hello.
All right, we'll start again. Peter, welcome. Thank you for joining us. What positives did you take out of that tight opening round match?
Yeah, I mean, it was not easy match because we know that as the Austrian player was same ranked as Shiu, so the nerves was on both sides. But in the end, she held it and she won the match. So let's see now this match. Shiu has nothing to lose. They played already last year here. Hopefully she can show some aggressive tennis, and let's see how it goes.
And what are your goals for the rest of the season? I imagine you've got a few on the board ready to go.
Yeah. I mean, the goals are to be back top 50, where she used to be last year. So that's the goals. But of course, we try to play every match the game we were working on, and hopefully it's working.
Perfect. We'll leave you to it. Thank you for joining us. Good luck.
Thank you.
Jan Mertel, the coach of Wang Shiyu.
First set.
Let's get this one underway.
And Navarro to serve. Ready, play. $15 month.
Sometimes when you get through a tough first round match, and Emma Navarro did as well, 3 sets against Peyton Stearns. And as a fellow American playing a country woman, it's just a lot more nerve-wracking. And so maybe this is a match where Navarro can relax a little bit more, especially here at the start. Some of the parts of the Navarro game as we see Navarro's team, her coach Peter Ayers there on the left. You know, some of the things that she worked on and improved last season, mentioned the fitness and feeling like she can last as long as needed within rallies, within matches. You know, she was one of the players that played
40-50.
top list of the list, playing the most 3-set matches and winning the majority of them. It takes a level of not only belief, but fitness and ability to hang in there, turn matches around. She did that throughout the year.
And that's something that, I mean, obviously working with Peter, as they've worked for such a long time together. Peter coached her younger sister, worked through the college system as well. And they've built just such a formidable team, and that resilience that they've talked about a lot. Is serving her well at every single level.
Yeah, it was playing the long game. It wasn't just for immediate success, and they have built accordingly. That is terrific ball striking from Wang. Lefty can create some nice angles off the forehand side, but leans into that backhand. She's got to look to play first strike tennis against Navarro, and she's put a little question now into this game.
Advantage, Wang.
That match against Stearns for Navarro was about 3 hours and 20 minutes. And it wasn't just the time on court, it was the ups and downs, the emotional toll. She's had a day to recover, Navarro, but still in trouble here at this opening game.
Got that raw power. Wang Xiyu breaks in the opening game of the match. The team happy as we go courtside. Pippa Horn is joining us for the match. Pippa, pleasant morning down there, I'd imagine.
It certainly is, yeah. Definitely getting a little bit more toasty on court. More and more people trickling into this wonderful Margaret Court Arena. You mentioned the slight breeze. It is just a little bit breezy on court. Nothing that I think will be too impactful for the players, but it will be in the back of their minds, I imagine.
Certainly not like some of the days we've had here of 40 degrees and hot northerlies blowing through. Let's take a look at the wind predictor. What do you reckon? 77-23?
You know, I definitely give Emma Navarro the edge in this match. Maybe it's a little tighter than that, but she can get the win. A win is a win.
It's a serve.
Talked about the Chinese players getting outside assistance and training elsewhere during the COVID time. Actually, Wang trained at Novak Djokovic's club in Belgrade.
Let's for serve.
Also talked about how she's obviously got that power, and we've seen that in the opening game here, but they just to add a lot more, sort of that one-dimensionality. She said, well, I can do that, but players are going to beat me anyway. I need other things around the game.
Yeah, we talk about rankings, and for most players, that is the gauge, keeping their ranking at a certain level. Wang getting to 49 in the world, beginning of 2023, and she's played a good portion of the time the last couple of years, around 50, 60 in the world. But this is the challenge for players when you have parts of the year where you're defending points, so to speak, and you don't get those points. Your ranking falls. It affects tournaments you can get into. So Wang has had to play different levels of events. She's played some ITF events at times, 250s. That's a terrific shot, just out of reach for Wang, and it's Navarro now with a break-back point. But those 250 events are the lowest level of WTA Tour events. They did create another level of WTA 125s, which is sort of in between the Challenger and the WTA Tour. And Wang has been successful at that level as well.
Back on level terms. The breaks to get us started.
1 game more.
Perfect time to strike back, and Navarro has been looking to step in on returns this first return game of the match, and it pays off beautifully. Able to lean into the backhand. That is the side that is more stable for Navarro. She's very confident, changing direction with it as well.
Well, that's a bit of confidence from Wang.
Love 15.
The thing you appreciate about the beginning of the year is that it's a bit of an equalizer. Players kind of start in the same place in terms of match wins, maybe confidence, although Navarro at top 10 in the world, you would imagine just has a little more innate confidence right now. But both players trying to get those extra matches, trying to figure out how to execute through these tight moments. Navarro started the season, got a win in Brisbane, in Adelaide, after losing her first match in Brisbane after having a bye. Lost to Kimberly Birrell there in Brisbane.
The other side of things for Wang,
15-30.
opening round in Auckland, lost to Sophia Kenin, qualified into the tournament in Hobart, lovely tournament down there, and then lost in the opening round. But 2 wins in qualifying in the first round here.
That absolutely matters when you can get those wins. These two have played before. It's always just a little trickier for a right-hander against a left-hander. Sometimes you've got to adjust your normal patterns, shift a bit what your instincts might be. So there's a little bit more that can come into play just because you're not as used to seeing balls from that side with that same kind of spin. It'll be interesting as well. We saw Navarro trying to go
30-40.
to the Wang backhand there. Her normal instincts might have been to go cross court with the backhand into a right-hander's backhand. Now she's all of a sudden got to second guess things a little bit. And Navarro facing another break point.
Juice.
It's very good work from the American, just trying to stay even. Oftentimes you don't feel like you're truly into a match until you've held serve for the first time. Both these players trying to get to that point.
Advantage. Wang.
for break. The opening 3 games of this opening set.
Leads 2 games to 1.
It's 2-1 Wang. And not what many would have expected out of the first 3 games.
I wasn't calling for 3 straight breaks, but we're going to reserve judgment and see who can settle in the soonest on serve. But we see both players actually just trying to create behind the returns, especially when they see second serve. So both of them are stepping in, trying to take ground away on that baseline, and it has made life tough for the server so far.
The young hotshotters, they were out having a hit before, and then they stand in as a guard of honor for the players as they walk out onto court. It's a great experience for them, and the parents who are here as well. It's a great way to get them started in the sport from local clubs around Melbourne.
Time.
And also a bit more regionally too. So Sam and Navarro bang on average in terms of breaking right back after being broken. Certainly has happened already today.
Yeah. Can she do it again? And I think the ability to break has to do with how you see your game, how you believe in your game, but also the mindset and the intensity you bring to returning. And you look at Navarro, and it's not overt intensity, but it's there under the surface, and it's consistent when she's at her best.
Battle for the baseline.
Love 30.
2 in terms of Navarro in that particular exchange, just a couple of meters back, just trying to get herself forward to take control of that point.
Right now, players are pretty even in terms of the differential
15-13.
winners to unforced errors. You know, both players, trying to play first strike tennis, but to me, it's in a different way. I mean, Wang looks like she's trying to hit a little flatter, a little more through the court. Navarro trying to control with placement. Gets that one dipping. Smart play with somebody barreling in.
15-40.
We've been here before, Chanda.
Might as well keep it going. More break opportunities for a 4th break.
$30-40.
And that's the serve from a lefty that is so valuable if they can get on the outside of the ball the way Wang did. First, it was the body serve that went into Navarro on the deuce side, and then that one, can opener.
Advantage. Wang.
We haven't been here before.
This is new.
Maybe a hold.
We're going to get used to this.
How did Navarro fin that ball off and create that kind of an angle?
Well, that's the thing, you see, leaning on that wide serve, expecting it to come. Then Wang the opportunity to just change it up occasionally.
Yeah, those are the kinds of misses you wonder about with Wang,
Advantage.
because it looked like she was going more up the middle, not trying to create any angle, and that ball halfway up the net. Maybe she just mistimed it, took a weird bounce, but it's Navarro now with another break point. Oh, what a return. And it's a fourth break, back even.
Start off this match leaning out that way.
2 games all.
Pippa, will come to you courtside. Break for break for break for break. It just seems to be the theme of the match so far.
Absolutely. And look, I think what I'm noticing most from down here is the real contrast in game styles. You've got the adaptability and the versatility and the variety of Emma Navarro and Wang, her opponent. Very hard hitting. It's bang, 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 aggressive tennis from her.
Still a few spectators just in the front row. It's always the way. Furthest to come.
It's a benefit that fans can come in between games. They don't have to wait so long for the full changeover. It does delay occasionally. I think overall it's a good policy, though.
Love the
Sometimes
team.
you have a couple of games that can last 10 or 15 minutes. Why should people have to wait that long? And even with the occasional delay, it does not seem to bother players. I think it's all moving along in a good rhythm. So it's been a good adjustment.
I think back to just the evolutions of the sport. So let's say the serve clock, for example. The newer players who are coming through, that's all they know.
Yeah.
So they just adapt to it, or they've just always had it. So I think that's going to happen, just that change. When players just go, yeah, okay, wander around, that's fine.
Now, see how
15,
big Wang
30.
can hit the ball. It's a bit flatter. That ball just barely outside the line. She's going a lot down the middle, and she's forcing Navarro to try to create angles from her side of the court. Navarro trying it there. Not easy to do from the middle.
That was nice anticipation.
30 all.
Navarro
30-14.
is continuing to struggle to read some of the shots from Wang, and that one just a step slower, trying to get behind it.
Deuce.
Mentioned that match that Navarro played in the opening round, 3 hours and 20 minutes on court. And that was the longest match of her career at WTA level.
4 games in now, 4.5. We can be generous. 25 minutes. We're about to hit the half-hour mark, halfway through this first set. But it's a game point, and these have been very coveted so far. Searching for the first hold of the match.
Jan Mertel, the coach of Wang on the right there.
Deuce.
So much of Navarro's game is about a bit of guile, along with, you know, her ability to create depth. She's got decent pace. There's no big finishing shot, but a lot of it is about ball control and ball movement, and she's still just trying to find her range.
That's a really nice change-up. That's going to serve her well through the match.
And that is classic Emma Navarro that we saw throughout 2024. The ability to understand position in the court, the right shot to hit from that position, and that was perfectly played. Showing some real feel and racket work.
Oh, that was nicely done from Navarro. And we've got to hold a serve.
Navarro leads 3 games to 2.
It's 3 games to 2 in the first set.
She had to work for that hold. I mean, the shot that Navarro came up with at the end of this game, anything else, and we'd probably be back at deuce. Just low enough to throw Wang off. And again, this is the scrappiness that Emma Navarro prides herself on. She works a lot in the mid-court area on her feel. And it came in handy there.
Yeah, I think Wang was thinking, I've 95% won this point. Don't need to make them. Oh, hang on, it's come back.
There've been a few points like that for Wang where she maybe thought she had it.
Tied.
Especially when she was a point away from holding serve.
Beautiful day in Melbourne. Crowd building up. Record attendance yesterday. We'll be over the 1 million fans. Make absolutely no mistake about that coming through the gates. Wonderful time of the year to be in this part of the world. Well, all year round, of course, Janda, but for you,
some places
this
it's
time.
freezing, so we are happy here.
15 love.
Now, you don't mind that from Navarro, where she's trying to add some MPHs to her shot. Just got a little out of control on that backhand.
Just gives us so much time to wind up as well.
40 love.
On top of things, certainly getting the first hold of the match. Step number one here.
Nothing is coming easily on serve for either player. I mean, Wang with some breathing room. A couple more chances to get her first service game tucked away. And we got 2 holds to serve. And that was emphatic hold, minus the missed serve from Wang. I mean, that was as clean a service hold as you can get on the back of getting broken twice to start this match. So maybe both players just settling in, finding a little better range, reacting a little quicker behind the serve.
$15 love.
Both these players are pretty comfortable on hard courts. They both have won WTA title in their careers. Navarro and Hobart back in 2024. And Wang won in China in 2023. Just missing. Wasn't a bad idea. Trying to open up the court.
15.
But Wang also had another final this past season in 2024 over in Austin. clearly prefers the hard courts. You can see why. See how she drives through her shots. Hits big shots from the ground, and at 5'11", she's got good height on her.
Yeah, knows how to construct the point, but it's very much first strike tennis. Land that first blow and then control the point from there.
I think the question for Wang at times is, what kind of direction is she getting on her shots? And in that rally, she was able to open up the court and still kept some good margin on her shots, but very much in control.
(40-30).
So 3 holds in a row.
New balls, please.
Navarro in front,
Full games to
4-3
3.
here in the opening set.
That's interesting. Navarro went to the Wang forehand both times at the end of that game, really challenging the side that has been a slightly bigger shot for Wang. But sometimes that's the way to go, hard into a player's weapon where they're not as used to defending on that side. Got Navarro another hold. So both players seem to be settling in. You figure now ship has righted.
Yes.
Can expect them both to start finding more rhythm as this first set goes on. And I feel like this first set could be really crucial in terms of just allowing whoever wins it to settle a bit more and to relax a bit more and maybe hit out on their shots a little bit more. Be relaxed like those kids. I want to be that relaxed.
Oh, look at beautiful day, the skyline of Melbourne. Close Melbourne Park is to that downtown area. I use the American terminology. And where we are, the copper tone roof above us.
It's distinctive.
It is.
MCA Stadium. MCA, I shouldn't add stadium to it.
It's okay. It's okay.
Love 15.
Yeah, there's moments where it's just been tough to get real float to this match, though. And that ball just not even an inch long.
1 mil, or a triple zoomer as I call it, with the camera.
Close.
Right in.
Terrific rally, one of the more extended rallies, and it's Navarro with the last word.
Love 30.
You look at the way both these players produce their shots, and it seems a bit different. I'm curious, Pippa, from courtside, does it seem like there's a big difference in the trajectory, even what you're seeing over the net, depth-wise, from both players?
Oh, definitely. I think Emma Navarro gets a lot more topspin on the ball, and she's landing her balls closer to the service line, whereas it's a lot flatter and deeper from Wang. Really hits through the court. that one. She did get a little bit more topspin on it, but on the whole, there is
15-30.
a real difference in the trajectory, the speed and the spin. But what Navarro is so good at is soaking up the pace of her opponents, and she's doing that very well today.
That's a terrific pattern. Got better direction on that wide serve to open up plenty of space to the Navarro forehand.
An example of absorbing the pace.
30-40.
Some of those shots where Wang is maybe expecting a reply that's a little shorter and she's not getting it. The depth on that shot doing the damage, and it's another break point.
Again, Navarro.
So the break again. Navarro with a chance to close out this opening set.
Navarro leads 5-3.
Looks, Pippa, like we're seeing a little more of a breeze. I mean, we're looking at Navarro's clothing. Is that having any additional effect right now?
I wouldn't say it's having too much of an effect. I think you're right. There is a slightly stronger breeze, but probably what's having a bit more of an effect is the heat. And let me tell you, down here, it is really hot. In fact, so much so that my phone has just died from the heat on court. So the ball's really flying through the air. And actually, you would think that that would benefit Wang, who's the more powerful player. But as I alluded to earlier, Navarro is so good at soaking up that pace.
Not on that occasion. We need to send a care team down to Pippa.
We need a new phone.
That's a disaster.
Yeah.
That is a disaster.
Stat.
We need people on this.
Let's for some.
Well, she tried to mix it up, Wang, the higher forehand to then drive through the next one, but just mistiming it. And that's the challenge. You look at how Wang hits the forehand, sometimes just a little too open. Didn't quite get her body behind it.
$30-15.
Smart serving from Navarro, mixing it up so beautifully there.
40-15.
Makes it look like she might be going wide and all of a sudden changed to go up the tee.
And a couple of set points. First for the match.
40-30.
Just when we thought it was safe.
Well, it was a smart return from Wang. It was a pretty good serve from Navarro out wide, driving Wang to the edges of the court, and she chipped it, got it just low enough in a difficult position. Made Navarro prove that she could handle it, and she couldn't.
Extra pace there from Navarro.
It's a good counter to that last point, because sometimes as cleanly as Wang hit that backhand return, she actually hit herself out of the point because she couldn't recover quick enough to close off the court. So Navarro with another set point.
That's a good way to finish. Up and down set, exchange of breaks, but it's a number 8 seed coming through, taking the first 6 games to 3.
This was a terrific set of tennis from Navarro. After the struggles to hold serve, she was able to steady herself the quicker out of the 2 players. And looking at the numbers, the first serve percentage, that got better as the match went on, and she won a nice percentage behind the first serve, Navarro, at 68%. Number of unforced errors from both players, but it was Navarro who was much cleaner. 8 unforced errors against 7 winners. A +1 differential is pretty good, and it allowed Navarro to generate the extra break points down the stretch and capitalize. But it was holding serve in the end. That became the big challenge, and Navarro able to get that done.
Yeah, she's in good shape now. And he mentioned right at the start, even though they have played each other before, that adjustment of playing a lefty, but also adjusting, I guess, a bit to the pace and the game style as well, took a little while.
I think it did, and I think there were a few times where Navarro got jammed, especially on returns, but she started working that out. Could see her looking to step in. She started using her variety in some critical moments, and all of that adds to the sum total of the Emma Navarro game.
So getting ready for set number 2 here on Margaret Court Arena. The 8th seed, Emma Navarro. Rise up the rankings.
Second set.
And wants to keep the momentum going.
Terrific discipline from Wang. Went down the middle with a couple of overheads, taking away the sidelines, and then on the forehand. Got a little more ambitious to close out that point. It's those shots from Wang, though, that she could use just a little more of her body tying into the shot. It becomes very army because she opens up a little quicker. Allows her to get a little more pace, but you don't want to give up your control and your consistency as often. It's a challenge, you know, nowadays. So many players hit open stance forehands, which is great. It allows you a little more torque. You can coil to uncoil and really get that extra pace and sometimes the extra spin behind your shots. But if you open up too quickly, you can mistime it and you can lose control very easily. So it's the balance players are trying to kind of find when they are big hitters.
30. Game 1.
So good start for Wang.
First game, second set.
Just a nice little settler just to keep her rolling along.
That's an important hold for Wang after losing the first set. 6-3, it seems like a fairly one-sided scoreline, but 46 minutes of work, you come up empty, struggled to hold serve at the beginning of the match, and so holding to start this second set may help Wang just have a little more positive thought process here. Keep a little bit of the belief that, you know, she clearly has had in this match.
Oh, it's one of those things with the heavy hitting that you see from Wang, that she's going to make unforced errors along the way. Just comes with it. Going to make probably more winners along the way too. But it's just as you said, Chandra, in between sets, it's just controlling that ratio, playing with it a little bit more margin at times.
Yeah, I think it's the ratio. I think it's when you are in a certain position that those don't become misses off of your racket, because it's off of your strings too quickly, opening up too quickly. So it's those kinds of adjustments that a player can make as they try to play consistently at a higher ranking. Just can't have some of those basic misses that will not get you the win in these types of matches. And so that's where Wang can continue to improve, continue to grow. She's only 23, as is Emma Navarro. It's all about continuing to add things to your game.
Well, Wang had just let that one slide by, but the net cord brought it back for Navarro.
That ball was all the way wide until it hit the net, and Wang completely caught off guard. So a little bit of insult to injury, a point that she was in pretty good position in, but still even.
think the other thing too, Chandler, just talking about that, the unforced errors that come in is from Wang, as we've seen in the last sort of game and a half, that they're coming in runs. So short points, but going Navarro's way, she's not having to do all that much because down the other end of the court, it's a constant stream. So where those unforced errors are coming in as well and how they're grouped.
Yeah, it's a better rally from Wang, but you hit it right on the head in terms of making an error. How quickly can you correct? Does it result in 2, 3, or 4 errors, or does it just result in 1, maybe 2, and then you can pull it back? And that is a key factor in players who are, again, playing at a higher level versus those players who are, you know, playing at 70, 80, 100 in the world. Everybody can hit the ball. Everybody has skill sets. But we're just talking about very small differences. And sometimes it's the difference in how you think about the game and how you approach it. How well do you understand the first 2 points of a game being critical to play from ahead more often? Wasn't a bad idea from Wang. She had the change up again with the forehand going a little higher, but then that next shot didn't quite give herself enough margin. So some good ideas, just not quite executing. Yeah, Wang just taking a little more time, walking to the other side, walking to the back of the court. Critical moments for her again. Keep herself out in front.
A nice job holding serve. Keep yourself in front in this second set. Early stages, it's 2-1.
Navarro was able to put pressure on Wang's serve. Really from the start of the match, we saw back-to-back breaks of serve. And oftentimes she looks to step in, try to take time away, pressure the server. And here's a look at her average return hit points in the first set. First serve, the ball's in, the ball's in yellow. And of course on second serves, well inside the baseline. And that was why it was so tough for Wang to start holding serve. That's been the key in that first set. Navarro taking it 6-3.
Also look at the second serve, the fastest, 142 for Wang, 130 as well, which is reasonably quick for a second serve, but stepping in, absorbing that pace and being able to redirect it.
And look how far in, just in real time. That adds a lot of pressure, time taken from the server, with balls getting back on Wang a little quicker.
15.
Pretty good defense from Wang. It looked like she was going to stay on her heels there, but found a way to, again, just take away the angles, not give Navarro a whole lot to work with.
One thing Wang won't know, but could be an interesting stat. Emma Navarro, we've talked about the fact that she plays long matches and 3-setters and things like that, but at major events, Grand Slams, 13-0 after winning the first set.
Don't tell her.
Oh, I won't. Well, it'll be Pippa's job. She's closer. It's a well-constructed point.
15-14.
You really see how when Wang can connect solidly with the ball, it can be hard to read it, tough to tell where she's going, because she can hit cross court and then down the line with a pretty similar look.
Half-court ball is going to be gobbled up more often than not by Wang. And a break of serve. It's 3-1.
Wang leads.
There's always ebbs and flows in any match, and it started with some difficulties on serve for both players, but it seems like Wang has relaxed just a little bit more. Some of those shots are now falling in, and she's got her first significant lead. Can she back it up and consolidate?
Interested to know, Pippa, obviously the courtside coaching, the players, both players have their teams on the court. Are you noticing that there's maybe a little bit more chattering going on because the coaches are closer?
Well, Peter, I'm actually sat a little bit closer to the box of Navarro, and it's still very chilled vibes from that camp. Navarro's coach, Peter Ayers, is not particularly chatty. I think he just has a lot of trust in his player, and he knows that she knows what she's doing. And take a look at Navarro's composure. She's always so cool, calm and collected on court. I don't think she needs a constant dialogue with her coach. She knows exactly what she needs to do.
More importantly, how's your phone going?
My phone is back alive. Thank you very much for asking. I've put it under some shade, so I think that's done the trick. I'm now sitting under an umbrella.
Please, the roadside assistant's got there to help you.
This has been a real turnaround for Wang now. Starting with holding serve at the beginning of the set and playing beautifully behind it.
And running away with the second set. Nice momentum. It's 4-1 in the second. And it is interesting, Chanda, and looking at the way that the players have reacted. Every team is different, but just having the coaches closer on a big court like this. And, you know, when we look at some of the back courts here, obviously they're close anyway, but just that ability, which is a choice.
Yes.
So the teams can choose to either be on court or back in the stands in their original position, but they've got access to different stats. You can see just at the bottom left of your screen there, the iPad that has the key statistical data that the coaches are looking for. They have access to all of that, but right next to that towel box, and strategically you can walk over, grab a towel, they're right in your ear as opposed to being several meters away.
Yeah, everybody's a little bit different too in what they prefer.
So there is the courtside coaching setup, new innovation this year at the Australian Open. Just being able to get in people's ears, or the player's ear, right next to them as they're grabbing the towel. I like it. I'm a fan of it, but I'm also pro coaching, which I know is not popular with everyone.
You have some players that like a lot of chatter, like a lot of back and forth information, and then other players, they don't want very much at all. And then I look at the vantage point of the coaches and the player boxes. Sometimes when you sit up a little higher, you get a little different viewpoint of the court. So that is also a decision for the teams to make.
It's interesting, we're talking with Roger Rashid a couple of days ago about that, and I asked him about whether he would sit up or down, take the player preference out of it for a moment. He said, well, he prefers up, but he actually prefers looking down the court as opposed to on the side.
Yeah, the player boxes now are sort of angled. They're not directly or more behind the court, which is better. That's why we're here, right behind the court.
Exactly.
You
can see just where the coaches are positioned. And we should mention too that it is a select group that can sit down there. You can't have your whole entourage there. Otherwise, for some players, they'd be spilling out onto the court itself. Good hold for Navarro. Important hold.
And that was Navarro absorbing pace, leaning into it and redirecting with enough depth. I think some part of being able to absorb pace is being able to soften up your hands, soften up the racket just enough, but still get your legs behind the ball. And Emma does a good job often in those areas.
Love 15.
That is double fault number 4 for the match. Oh, it was right on top of that as well. The movement to the net has been pretty good from Wang, picking the moment, but credit to Navarro here, just making it a little bit awkward.
Yes, it's going to be a test for Wang and the belief we talk about, her ability to keep the focus down the stretch, win this set, if this set is at hand. It's a nice turnaround here, steadying herself in this game. I mean, theoretically, she'll have this second set on her racket, but it is still a great distance away when you're talking about 2 games, a couple holes of serve, especially with the way this match has gone. Holes have not been guaranteed by any stretch.
Oh, again, we've been talking about little Chanda, just that setup for that ball.
30-40.
But this is where you want to be able to tie into your body a little more. There's more tension, a little more pressure. It's not the same forehand that she was hitting at 2-1 or 3-1. And all of a sudden, it's Navarro with a break back point.
And we're back on serve. A down game from Wang. And Navarro's back in the contest. It's 4-3 on serve, second set.
Sometimes there are moments when you know you should hit a shot, like that last forehand for Wang down the line, but you're not feeling it. You're not confident. You are thinking don't miss. And those are the moments to be real and just accept it and go back cross court and at least live for another shot. And that's part of understanding yourself, understanding these moments. Wang has had 7 matches against top 10 players. This is number 8. She's gotten 1 win against Maria Sakkari. That was back in 2022 at the US Open. But these are not easy wins to get on these big stages, and all of a sudden you start thinking about it and it changes everything.
Time.
As we make our way across the Melbourne Park precinct, Rod Laver Arena. Margaret Court Arena, looking out to the Parklands, just across, you might say, just a little speck of white in the middle of your screen, the Maya Music Bowl, where they have
I didn't know
plenty
what that
of
was.
open-air concerts, and they have a carols by candlelight on Christmas Eve every year. Gets broadcast around the country. To take you over there at some stage.
Yeah, the pace literally knocking Navarro over. She got a little off balance as well, trying to change direction. Just got caught leaning slightly to her left.
Out. 15-all.
You mentioned the one top 10 win that Wang Zhiyu got at the U.S. Open in 2022 against Maria Sakkari when she was 3 in the world. So big win at a major en route to her best result. And that was getting to the 3rd round of that year's U.S. Open. Trying to do the same here, but it's been an uphill battle for Wang. And an important reset game. Although she's returning, the fact that she's lost in the last couple of games, just has to steady herself a bit more here.
Stand and deliver in that position in the court again. See where she is, just inside the baseline, ball coming in a little shorter. And you get that result. First shot that set that up, the previous one to get her to there, because she had all the time to really wind up. Now, serving for the second set.
Now, what a game
Wang leads
to play for
5
Wang
games to
after
3.
dropping her serve the way she did. A bit tame in the end. Comes right back with some of her biggest shots. Got to be a little frustrating for Navarro here, but she is not going anywhere. We've seen that throughout this match.
Remembering their match here last year in the opening round, did go to 3 sets as well, 7-5 in the 3rd.
Sometimes it's a good play to go down the middle. You are banking on your opponent going either left or right. And when you go down the middle, you don't miss it long.
15-30.
It's about the pattern of about every second game. There's a double fault from Wang.
Yeah, she's maybe just starting to think about it. Not easy to keep the focus.
It's a good serve to start it off. Body serve.
And Navarro cannot believe it with how tight Wang was getting. For her to miss-hit that forehand, not put it back in the court, that is about as demonstrative as you will see Emma Navarro.
And set point.
40-30.
And as we saw 12 months ago, we're off to a deciding set between these two. Wang fighting back, taking the second 6-3. And full credit to that player on screen.
Yeah, it was a terrific set of tennis from Wang, and it was about 11 minutes shorter than the first set, although it was the same scoreline, and that was because players started holding serve from the beginning, especially Wang, whose first serve percentage was terrific and won 70% of the points behind her first serve. That was key because she still struggled behind the second serve, but the winners to unforced errors, she was the player dictating with 7 winners to just 1 for Emma Navarro, 13 unforced errors, not a bad differential, and she was able to get that extra break and was able to close it out in the end. That was a tricky game. She got down again, but just showed a lot of poise in regrouping and using her forehand as the big weapon.
Yeah, it does seem to be revolving around the Wang unforced error count at the moment, and just able to contain it and just slowly work her way back into the match and take those opportunities. We saw the last Navarro service game, what she was able to do, how she's able to construct the points.
Yeah, in that first set, Wang had twice as many unforced errors in the same scoreline, the same number of games. So big improvement for her in the second along those lines.
Day 5 of Australian Open 2025. That could just be a postcard, really.
It's not a postcard?
No, it's an actual live picture.
Oh,
I can see people moving around.
Okay, I see
Navarro
it.
to serve.
We'll take a photo and send it to you. Away we go, final set.
Love 15.
The one bright spot for Wang, if she's even thinking of this, but the one top 10 win she did get against Zachary at the US Open a couple years ago, she was down a set, had to come from behind. So she's doing the same thing here, trying to give herself some running space here at the beginning of the third.
Chandra, I know what she may not be thinking about that, but I know what she's definitely going to be thinking about out there. Being the second, only the second Chinese player to claim multiple WTA top 10 wins from a set down Grand Slam event since Li Na.
Oh, she's definitely thinking of that.
That's top of mind. Has to be.
Does she even know that?
I didn't know that.
Let's serve.
It's such a good return, and it was a stab shot from Wang, but she went to the slice instead of going for the top spin. It slowed the ball up, changed the rhythm, put it in a difficult spot for Navarro, and it allowed Wang to be able to recover, give herself a little more time. A lot of good things from that return.
Out. 15-40.
So there is a break of serve here for Wang in the opening game of the third set.
Final set.
And Pippa, we go down to you. A real shift here in the momentum, certainly going in the direction of Wang Xiyu.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, look, from my perspective, it just seems like Wang now has a little bit more clarity in her game style and the way that she's trying to play. In the first set, she didn't have that much patience, but you can see in the second and the beginning of the third, she's willing to be out there and compete in those long rallies against Emma Navarro, who's so good at that. She's trying to elongate the rallies. Wang is trying to shorten those rallies, but now she definitely has a little bit more patience, waiting for the right time to strike. And it's paying dividends.
She's just missed it.
Yeah, she did well, Navarro, to get up to that ball, but another good move from Wang was to close and move forward, and it just shrunk some of the space that Navarro had to hit into. But it's Wang moving the ball nicely, opening up the court, but still with a good bit of margin in a lot of those shots.
Example of what we've seen from Navarro through the match. It's absorbing the pace, redirecting it into the open court.
We haven't seen as many outright winners off the backhand side from Wang, but that one, that's world class. A little extra kick on the serve from Wang, moving away from Navarro. Just wasn't quite sure how to handle it.
And the right serve too for someone who's moving in on that second ball.
Game on.
So it's all rolling the way of Wang Xiu. 2 games to love in this final set.
Wang leads 2 games to love.
Now you could see the discipline that Wang was bringing into play, not overhitting the forehand, having a little more spin, rolling it, a little more height over the net, and the miss hit from Navarro again on that side. Sometimes she gets a little whippy, Navarro, and she can mistime the ball, not hit it squarely on the strings.
We're not quite going for that, but it's the ideal drop shot, Chanda.
That's okay. It's the sorry and then the fist pump. We saw that. We've seen that a few times. But Navarro not meaning to kiss the net, but she'll take it.
Eliminate the sorry. Have the fist pump only.
That would be bold indeed.
Goes without saying, really important game for Navarro to hold just to get things rolling here in this final set. Long match in her opening round. It's cleverly done.
Sometimes we talk about left-handed players in terms of their leftiness. That last forehand from Wang was using her leftiness and getting on the outside edge of the ball to get that extra angle. Too much court for Navarro to try to close off. Navarro continuing to stay the course at some crucial times, and it means that she is nowhere near out of this match. Down a break, but it's just the one break if she can hold on to serve here.
Which she does. And is on the board in this final set. Wrong with the break. It's 2 games to 1 in the third. Well, I think the other thing will be, Jen, to talk about sort of moments and potentially getting towards the end of that second set for Wang. Maybe a little wobble or two, got through, no problem. But the sense of occasion for Wang in terms of, you mentioned that third round at the US Open, chance to do the same here, hasn't been beyond the second round. Big moments. We spoke to her coach at the start of the match, you know, putting goals on the board. Obviously, trying to get as far as can here, get inside the world's top 100, which I think she'll do now.
Yeah, she's on the edge, and she has been, for the most part, inside the top 100 for the last 2.5 years now. But it's about, number one, firstly, putting yourself in position. And that's what she has work to do with the break in hand, still with some work to do. But then, can she close it? Does she have the belief on this stage?
See how big the Melbourne Park footprint extends. You got that road through the middle, but on the left-hand side of the courts, there's plenty of activations on the other side of the road as well. So you make your way into this wonderful arena.
That's a good point. Good stuff from both players.
Love 15.
And Wang pushing the envelope on the front foot. Maybe not quite in close enough, but Navarro, terrific sense of timing. And again, her court positioning.
That's nicely done.
That's a shot that Wang has struggled with a few times in this match. But again, just staying relaxed, staying calm through the contact point, not tightening up. That shot, she made it look easy, but it is nowhere near easy, changing direction at this time in the match.
Oh, now she's taken a tumble. All good though. Yeah, just we'll take a moment or two. Maybe just a graze.
I mean, it's the effort that she's putting out there and the fans appreciating, but she went to the slide and her foot got caught. And these courts, they're a little hot, not nice to fall and maybe scrape one of your body parts. So dealing with that, and it is jarring as well. So hopefully she can reset here.
You just heard the umpire, Simon Canavan, in the background there, just maybe having the physio just in case.
Having them on alert. And that may be the first mishit shank we have seen from Wang, and not a coincidence that it's come after this fall. This can throw any player off when they take a tumble that way out of nowhere. So Navarro with some break back points.
And there is the break back.
Two games all.
So might take a little bit of extra time here. She makes that move across. The right thing though is falling to just let that racket go as well.
That was important. But it was a hard tumble because her foot got stuck, and saw her flexing the wrist slightly, just still trying to make sure everything's okay.
Out.
15 more.
And since that fall, Wang has not won a point. 4 straight now for Navarro. 5 if you include point was during the fall. And that's got to help, just to stop the run, settle back into this match with the type of tennis she's been putting out there.
Oh, got across to that one nicely.
30-all.
Bringing Navarro forward. There's plenty of side spin on that ball. Covered it off with just that extra step.
$40-30. Deuce.
Yeah, she's right there at Navarro, and the shift, momentum back on her side of the court, and she just gave up a good portion of it with that backhand miss. That is why we heard the scream.
Advantage.
Third for the match.
One.
We had the first 4 games of the match were breaks of serve. Both players with plenty of opportunity and taking them as well. So Wang's back in front.
Wang leads 3 games.
Another break.
to 2.
And it's 3-2 in the third.
And that was break number 11 in this match. And this is why we've seen really a struggle for flow. You know, when players are getting broken, there's stops and starts in terms of the game and how it moves. And I think that's been part of the struggle for both players. And we'll see, they corrected it for a bit. The end of the first set, going into the second. But here's another challenging moment, especially for Emma Navarro after just getting broken.
A good recovery from Wang. You mentioned that run of points that she'd lost after the fall, but has recovered well.
Yeah, she was impressive. The way she kind of flipped the switch to get back to hitting out and leaning into her shots.
Hong Xiu running out of the chair. Running right past Emma Navarro, sending a little message on the other end of the court. need to get plenty of strength through that overhead to get it over. It's such a big court. Just the space here at Margaret Court Arena.
Yeah, that was the goal. That's why she went back up the middle with the overhead. She wanted into the stands. And the drop shot not quite good enough from Navarro, and terrific focus from Wang. First to defend the return, which was on her very quickly, and then to recover enough to get into the court.
And Pippa courtside. This is super impressive from Wang now, particularly after that fall.
Yeah, it's really impressive how she's just managed to turn things around. You could see she was taking a little bit more time. She had a chat with her team as well, slowed things down, took some really deep breaths, and now things are looking a whole lot better for her. It's such a game of momentum, isn't it? But she's looking really relaxed now on court, and you can see that in the way that she's striking the ball as well, really hitting through her shots and playing with a ton of freedom out here. It's her best tennis in this match so far.
Depth of shot, getting it done in that point. And the break consolidated.
Wang leads 4 games to 2.
Those are the shots that I am most impressed with from Wang. We know she likes to lean into it, to hit a little flatter, but to change it up, get a little more height, a bit more spin when she's in a difficult position, and then play for the next ball. That has improved dramatically from the first set. How does Emma Navarro respond here?
15 love.
She's been very opportunistic. She was that way in her first round match against Peyton Stearns, when Stearns got a little nervous with the lead down the stretch. And Navarro will certainly look for those same opportunities here.
Certainly, when we just look at the totality of the match, you sense that they'll come. I've seen times where Wang, when she's losing points, losing them in a row in terms of unforced errors creeping in.
So you're saying there could be some more twist turns to this match?
That was a lot better than how I've said it, yes.
40 low.
So a comfortable hold for Navarro, but work to be done. Wang up a break, 4-3 in the third set.
4 games to 3.
Yeah, that hold has to allow Navarro a chance to just settle slightly. You can hold to love, not be pressed. Maybe bring a little more attention to breaking serve in the next game. More positive, certainly.
And if the pattern holds, there'll be a double fault in this game, because it seems to be every couple of games.
That's the mindset that you really look for in a player in this position, as Wang has been. Into the second set, struggled a little bit with her serve, was finally able to get it done, and maybe that also helps her understand what she needs to do at this stage in this third set. There's still a lot up in the air.
So work to do for Emma Navarro, the 8th seed. Another bumper crowd here at AO 2025, day number 5. And this will help Wang. New tennis balls. She's made it. And that'll give her a nice boost of confidence.
Almost looked like Wang let that ball go. I mean, that was the first cover on the pass for the Chinese player, and it just looked like she was there. I thought it might have been going out. It was nowhere near going out. Perhaps a sign of tension creeping in again.
Yeah, down that end of the court. Difficult end, we call it this time of the day, with the sun now appearing.
It's a nice recovery from Wang after Navarro left, shot in the middle of that rally a bit short. She was ready to pounce. And not easy after you've let a ball go the previous point to come back and shore up your confidence, but that's exactly what Wang was able to do.
It's this one, this cross forehand that did the damage. To go back there too. The struggle was going up the line of the forehand. Better on the cross. We're also seeing too in this final set the rally's lengthening. A real contest. The contest I think we were expecting coming into today based on what we saw 12 months ago.
That's better from Navarro, acting on that return. That's been a strong part of her game so far today. Stepping in, applying a bit more pressure to get these break points.
Bad time. The sun came out just as she was about to serve. Go with a little bit there, that at 116, Navarro was all over it.
And maybe just a little slower than she was expecting. Didn't quite get as much from the ball, had to create it all on her own.
Any good example of leftiness?
That was absolutely might be what you see in the dictionary if you look it up. How far Navarro had to run to catch up to that return.
Just a little too much. Wang had started making the move into that corner.
Sometimes it happens when you don't go into the open court on the first or even the second ball, as Emma Navarro didn't. When you do go there, your opponent's ready for it, and you've got smaller space, and in that case, shrunk the court, and it created the error. Nice adjustment from Navarro. I mean, these are tough moments where you've got to be willing to hit the right shots, have the confidence to go after, especially when it comes to changing direction. A lot more comfortable to stay cross court over the low part of the net.
Well, it's tricky. Talk about that first serve in the sun position, but just overall in this final set, it's been a significant drop, particularly in the speed of the Wang first serve. Just having to make that adjustment, about 20 kilometres difference from what we've seen across the match in terms of average speed on the first ball, and seeing a lot more spin coming into play. Try and make that first serve. And of course, if you're a lefty in that court, it works quite nicely.
You almost think that Navarro could camp out there, but it's so tough to still cut off this much angle and then have a chance to potentially cover the serve down the tee, because Wang has shown the ability to hit that one as well.
Split the line. In the right play, 129 kilometres, nice redirection.
Navarro.
This was a terrific return, but you figure Navarro is probably aiming 2 or 3 feet away from the line. And she hit it pretty close, right on the line. I mean, that's the type of space you want to give yourself when going for that kind of shot.
Well, Navarro was ready and waiting for that return. And it's been a theme, another break. And we're back level.
4 games all.
Yeah, that was just a terrific game from Navarro. A little bit tough for Wang from that end with where the sun is, especially as a lefty. But Navarro able to take advantage even after Wang came up with some terrific serves on that ad side.
As Wang was about to deliver that ball, Navarro made an extra step across. A good play at the ball.
Out.
15 love. Thirty low. Low.
Well, the depth of shot from Navarro initially. Hoping to get into a strong position on that point. And a strong finish to the game. Now in front in this final set, the number 8 seed.
5 games to
Navarro 5-4 in the third.
That was a perfect way to put it. A strong game from Navarro. Wang doing everything she could to just make things difficult, but Navarro able to handle it. And a lot of it started with that down the line forehand at deuce the previous game. I mean, that shot had to have shaken Wang just a bit because there's no way Navarro should have made it, but she went for it. She was bold, gave herself some space, and you get the reward a lot of times for, you know, taking that little additional calculated risk.
Time.
Whether she's a fan of it or not, Emma Navarro plays long matches. But she's the 8th seed for a reason. Tough opening round, gets through in the final set tiebreak. Here, one game away from a spot in the third round. Wang Xiyu, interesting to see what she does on the first serve here. Whether she goes with pace or continues with the spin.
Out.
15 low.
body serve.
Love it. I mean, with that lefty spin, Navarro has had to figure out which way to go, how to take that ball, whether the forehand or the backhand. You don't want to be making those decisions this quick amount of time. And most players decide if it's something into my body, I'm going to usually try to take the forehand,
15.
or vice versa. I'm more often than not going to lean to take the backhand. Some of these serves from Wang, it has really locked Navarro up, handcuffed her.
Nice power. So really putting a little bit more on that forehand.
40-15.
It's been interesting. I mentioned that first serve pace has come down in this final set. Usually you'd think it would be the other way around for Wang, where the spinnier serve would be the change up, but it's the opposite. Oh, she's made it. Right on end range. And we've seen that a couple of times today.
40-30.
And that was one of the better second serves that Wang has hit, but Navarro on the full stretch, able to flick it down the line. Yeah, a little bit of despair watching that one fall in.
Oh, she hit it straight to her. Navarro had made that move early, and Wang just continued in that direction.
It's an interesting finishing shot from Wang, because most players, they've got a little peripheral. They can kind of see where the player is, and especially on the forehand. And yet she just seemed totally unaware of where Emma Navarro was. Paid the price for it.
And grinding away from the back of the court. And earning herself a match points.
Advantage, Navarro. Game, set match, Navarro.
And finding a way.
2 sets to 1, 6-3, 3-6, 6-4.
2 3-set matches to start off her AO 2025 campaign. But Emma Navarro gets through them. A big test today, which she passes. He gets it done, 6-4 in the third.
In the last 2 games of this match, really highlighting what Emma Navarro does best. She can scrap with the best of them. She can hang in points. She can mix it up. And she can hit with great direction. And those things came into play. She was able to put her nose out in front. And in the end, just had a little more game, able to withstand the pace and the depth from Wang Zhiyu, who played a terrific match in the end. But Emma Navarro, again, showing impressively why she's gotten into the world's top 10.
Yeah, that resilience and the experience factor on the stage, I think, as well. This stage, seeing her through. Wang Zhiyu, a lot to like. Pushed back inside the top hundreds and setting herself for a very big 2025.
And that's the key, isn't it? Looking to get off to a good start in this new season, build a little bit of momentum. Wang has been able to do that, and another terrific effort in this match that hopefully she can take some positives from as she works through the rest of the season. But it's Emma Navarro getting through another tough one. And this is sometimes a very dejected walk for players, being out of the first major in singles, first major of the year, but the year continues for Wang Zhiyu, certainly.
Once you're inside that top 100, it just gives you so many more options about how you can structure your season and the tournaments you can play as well. Well, let's hear from our winner now, Emma Navarro, on court with Pippa Horn.
Emma, congratulations. Wang is such an aggressive, powerful player, and she threw absolutely everything at you today, but it seemed like you just had all of the answers. What was your take on today's performance?
I don't know about all the answers, but I think I was able to find something there at the end, and it was really tough the whole time, and I knew it was going to be that way. So, yeah, I think I was ready to handle it, and yeah, just super tough there at the end, and found some good tennis there in the last game.
And you always look so cool, calm, and collected on court. Even in those big moments when you were down in the third set, you were so composed. So I think I'm asking on behalf of everyone here, are you just really laid back, or do you have strategies in place to deal with those high-pressure situations?
Yeah, I'm pretty laid back, naturally. Yeah, I think I get it from my mom. My mom's pretty laid back, too. I got my dad up there in the box. I know he was doing some flinching throughout the match. I gave him a hard time about that. But yeah, naturally laid back, but there's definitely some nerves and emotions I work through out on the court, and I keep most of it inside, but yeah, pretty laid back.
And look, 2 years ago, you were playing a 25,000 event in Naples. Here in Melbourne Park, you played your first round on Rod Laver Arena, your second round here on Margaret Court Arena. Has that shift taken some getting used to?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely a long way from 25K in Naples, and you know, both serve their purpose at different times in my career, but I'm definitely happy to be here in Australia playing in front of you guys.
And look, one last question. Let's celebrate the incredible 2024 season that you had. A semi-final run at the US Open, finished the year ranked number 8 in the world, but it's a team effort, isn't it? So can you tell us who was in your box today?
We got Peter. He's my coach. We've been together for maybe 8 years now, and you know, I think we make a really good team, and we're really good at handling difficult situations and problem solving. So yeah, we're a great team. And then we got Kelly back there. She's my physio. She yeah, keeps me feeling good. A lot of magic behind the scenes. And then we got Connor. He got some new glasses yesterday, so he's been rocking those. They're polarized. And yeah, he makes me, he gets a lot of balls back and makes me hit a lot of tough shots. So yeah, they're a great team.
All right, so magic on the court and magic off the court for Emma Navarro. Congratulations, through to the third round.
Yeah, fairly laid back. Team pretty happy as well. Got to mention the hitting partner.
Always. I mean, those are key components. And everybody travels with bigger teams now, and they need to have all this taken care of. And for Emma Navarro, you think about how long she's been with her coach, 8 years now with Peter Ayres, and that's a big part of her success, the comfort and the belief that they have in each other.
And a round of applause for the physio as well. Super, super important in that team.
I'd be bowing down to the physio. That's how my career was, but physios are crucial, keeping players healthy and put together. But it's been impressive. You mentioned, again, 3 sets to get the win again, and Emma Navarro continues to look fresh, and she's ready, I think, to go at it again.
Yep. Third round last year here, and then fourth round Roland Garros quarterfinals at Wimbledon, semi-finals at the US Open. And can happily sign off on that match. It was hard fought again, but just finds a way. And that resilience, the amount, yes, 3-set matches, but matches that she gets through like this, it just adds more to the resilience tally. And to be able to play the situation.
When she doesn't panic, she doesn't get ahead of herself, staying in the moment. That's incredibly tough to do, especially in these high pressure situations. But there's of course a lot going on internally that we can't see. But in terms of what she projects and how she plays, she does not get ahead of herself, and the numbers in the end kind of tell the tale, because second set it was all Wang Jiyu, but in the third Navarro was able to turn around, got a bit better behind her first serve from the second set. The winners to unforced errors, overall much better differential for Navarro at just +2, and she was able to get the extra break, even though she generated more break points and missed a few of those opportunities. When it counted most, Navarro was able to capitalize. And there you go, survive and advance. LOL. No, we're not laughing. That's absolutely what you need to do.
Well, moving on is Emma Navarro, and the challenge continues into the third round, taking on Ons Jabeur, who had a good straight sets win today. It was Emma Navarro getting the win over Wang Jiyu, 6-4 in the third.
And joining him on court, our 4th seed from the USA, Taylor Fritz.
So had a little bit of a false start there, but our players are on court. David Colbert alongside Josh Eagle. I introduced you before. I'm not sure you actually said anything.
No, I'm not so sure I did too, but we are ready to go and the players are ready. They just had to wait a little bit longer. That match dragging on deep into the 3rd, so they'd be prepared. It was a not before 1 o'clock, so I'm sure they've had their lunch, given this is a best of 5 sets here on Margaret Court Arena, which is one of the slower stadium courts, I feel, here. So the rallies will be a little bit longer, but gee, Taylor Fritz is in good form. He's our number 4 seed here, and he comes into this one really as a firm favourite as far as I'm concerned.
And I think he's got real championship possibilities, given the form that he's in. The fact that he has been to the Grand Slam final, of course, the US Open last year against Jannik Sinner, had that breakthrough. But a few hefty opponents still to come, but he's in the mix, no doubt. But it's early, just round 2. A lot of work to be done still.
Taylor, this is Michael. He's going to do the coin toss today. Gentlemen, same conditions in your previous match. Just a few reminders. We're using the live system, so the call comes automatically. We also have VR on this court, so 3 incorrect challenges per set, plus an additional in the tiebreak. As you know, the clocks are on the boards. Towels, Taylor, if I can ask you to use the blue, please, and the red, please. Do you have any questions, gentlemen? No? You call the net? I call the net.
Ayo or John, you could.
Ayo. Okay, perfect. Okay, can we just have a photo facing the other way, please? Turn down, Michael.
Taylor Fritz winning the toss, electing to serve. Josh, that's 9 matches now that I've done, and that is the first player that has elected to serve, and I think that demonstrates the confidence of Taylor Fritz in his service delivery, but also the game that he's playing.
He's playing so well, Taylor Fritz. He's had such a great year, and he's full of confidence, and so he should be. He's pushing for slams this year, no doubt.
Let's take a closer look at the Chilean qualifier, Cristian Garin, 28 years of age, currently ranked 150 in the world. Has been as high as 17. That was back in 2021. 6th Australian Open for him. 5 titles, all of them on clay. A couple of semi-finals last year, Estoril and Munich. But in Grand Slam plays, slidden down a little bit. First rounds or qualifying. So the Australian Open was the only place he made a first round main draw appearance. The rest of them he was out in qualifying in the first round, but he has been a quarter-finalist at Wimbledon, 4th round of the French Open. So quality player, but at 28, probably sliding in the wrong direction over the past couple of years.
Yeah, quite possibly. He gets the bulk of his wins on a clay court. He loves the red clay, and it's a different opponent today because he's up against Taylor Fritz, who's just really on the up as far as I'm concerned. So he's going to have to show us something special, Cristian Garin, if he wants to make a difficult match of this for Taylor Fritz, as far as I can see this.
So the 4th seed from the USA, 27 years of age, career high at world number 4. 8 titles. He won 2 last year, Delray Beach and Eastbourne. He's got that game, grass, hard court. Quarter-finalist here last year, losing to Novak Djokovic. With the runner-up finish at the US Open to Jannik Sinner, the highlight of his year, along with the Olympic bronze medal with Tommy Paul in Paris. Great United Cup, won 4 of his 5 matches, lost to Felix Auger-Aliassime in his opening match, but the rest of his efforts were superb. Of course, along with Coco Gauff, Taylor Fritz, Team USA taking the United Cup title, beat Jensen Brooksby in the opening round here in swift fashion, 6-2, 6-love, 6-3. So I think that's a little window into what to expect as well.
Yep.
Fourth encounter between the pair.
Just competing so well at the moment, Taylor Fritz. That's what's really impressing me. It's he had so much talent early on, but now he's just putting it all together.
A little cool, and it's a little chillier than that if you're sitting in the breeze. Watch the end of the last match from the back of Margaret Court Arena here, sitting up the top, and the wind sort of whips through the open doors. It could be a little chilly, nice in the sun, but good conditions for players. Sun from the southern end. It's the end that Garin is at the moment. You can look up into the sun over the next hour or so. Fritz, plenty of fans, a lot of Chileans in as well in the national football jersey.
Ladies and gentlemen, this match was in 500 sets. Taylor Fritz won the toss and chose to serve.
So just about ready to start here. We can join Michael Russell, courtside coach of Taylor Fritz. Michael, thanks for your time. David Colbert with you. And, well, Taylor's been in great form, and you'd be hoping for that to continue, obviously. But managing the peak over a 2-week Grand Slam when he's come in on such strong form, I would imagine is something that you're mindful of, because he's been on fire.
Yeah, hey, David. Yeah, of course. You have to schedule everything accordingly. He's got a good team behind him with his physio Wolf and myself. We make sure that the time management is always on point.
Mike, congratulations on a massive year last year. Josh Eagle here. I just want to say, what are you looking for from him in early rounds? I mean, you can certainly do a bit of damage by getting stuck out in long matches. Are you looking for him to try and finish this quickly today?
Hey, Josh. I mean, yeah, definitely want to play aggressive tennis, first strike tennis. Look to be aggressive in transition as much as he can, as much as he can be comfortable doing. But yeah, doesn't want to be in a track meet with Cristian.
Enjoy the conditions down there, Michael. Courtside, sun is shining. Perfect spot to watch some tennis, so have fun.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a great spot. Appreciate it, guys.
Michael Russell there, loving the little coach's insights.
Yeah,
one of the leading.
He's one of the good guys. He's done a great job. I really do believe he's right up there with one of the coaches of the year with what he's doing with Taylor Fritz.
So we're running out a bit of time there. I'd love to. I saw at the United Cup, so chatty Taylor Fritz in the sit down. He might like the separation of the court here. Here we go. Fritz to open proceedings. It was so fascinating to listen in on Taylor Fritz at the sit downs at the United Cup, because he was so expansive on his own game, on his opponent, on what he needed to do.
Yeah, he's very analytical, isn't he? He's an aware player where he's looking for strengths, weaknesses, and not just in his own game, but of course what's going on down the other end.
And the interaction with Mike Russell was really good as well. They'll have to do this across the court today.
I've always just really admired his ball striking, Taylor Fritz, both forehand and backhand. It's been clean. Of course, you throw in the big serve, but his attitude and the way he's been hanging in matches when he's been down and out, that's what's changed over the last couple of years. And I think Dave, he's of course been so talented as a junior, and was hoping that success would come very quickly. Of course it has. He's been lurking in the top 10, but I think he's right up there with one of the next players that you would tip to win a Grand Slam that hasn't quite won one just yet.
First game.
You're right about that bursting onto the scene, talented junior, etc. But it wasn't until 2022 made the 4th round of the Australian Open for the first time, quarterfinal of Wimbledon. Then the next year, 2023, a little dip, quarterfinal at the US Open at the end of the year. But best before that was a 3rd round at the French Open. And then last year was the breakout season. 4th round or better at all of the Grand Slams. Quarterfinal of the Australian Open and Wimbledon final of the US Open.
Yeah, and I think this surface really does suit Taylor Fritz, a hard court where he's sure of his movement. He's grown up playing on hard courts in the US and California. Difficult to get it out of his wheelhouse. He's just so lethal, can generate a huge pace.
Cristian Garin to serve. 15 love.
Well, there's been some injury struggles for Cristian Garin over the last couple of seasons. Just really trying to get healthy, get back to playing a lot of matches, and his next goal would be getting his ranking back into the top 100.
30 love. Love. One game all for set.
2 strong opening service games from both combatants here.
Love.
The odd miss hit early on here from Taylor Fritz. I'll be fascinated to see what Garin brings to the table today. How does he think he can cause trouble here for Taylor Fritz? What will his tactic be? Which side will he try and break down and attack?
Let's for serve.
There's no real obvious weakness. I mean, the forehand's bigger from Fritz. Backhand incredibly solid.
30,
so
15.
I suspect he's got to try and maybe bring Taylor Fritz forward. Go to a slice occasionally. Maybe just try and sneak in, finish a few points at net. Not his natural game, though.
$40-15. 40-13.
Strong work from Taylor Fritz. 2-1 opening set.
Fritz leads 2-1.
Yeah, look at the height he gets, just really jumping off this court. Not a warm day, but there's still heat in the court, so the ball's pretty lively out here on Margaret Court Arena, and that's coming from a high height. He's about 6'4", 6'5", David. So it's not just the pace, but it's the height that gets up against Cristian Garin, who's not overly tall, so he's having to fend off balls pretty almost shoulder height.
And when you watch Fritz play from the back of the court, it doesn't feel like he spends that much energy moving from side to side because he's so big. He covers those areas nicely as we go over the MCG. That's beautiful grass there, Josh. That's like your backyard.
Yep, that's like Empire Zoology.
A little smaller here than your backyard, but it's close. We fly across the Melbourne cricket ground. Nice little photo shoot opportunity. I've been up on top of that scoreboard with the President's Cup.
That would have been
Mark Leishman, the Australian golfer who has got a penchant for grass, and he mowed the grass at the MCG. Said it was one of the highlights of his life. I found that a bit difficult to believe, given that he's contended for the Masters and other major tournaments, but he got on a motor mower, mowed the grass at the MCG. Morgan Riddle, partner of Taylor Fritz. No Vegemite this year for her, she said. Remember she made that?
Yeah, I do remember.
That was a mistake.
And this is what Taylor has added to his game. Pushing forward, being prepared to try and finish at the net.
13.
Whereas early on in his career, he was hitting so many good shots, almost winning the point 2 or 3 times over, and now he's just shortening them by pushing forward.
Good play by Garin there, stretching Fritz from side to side.
15-13.
Problems here for Fritz with the knee. He's just caught his knee on the court as he really had to stretch there. And that's not good.
Just possibly walking it out.
Just caught there. A little hyperextension.
Stretching it out, maybe just a call to the trainer.
Looks okay, but that's a worrying little thing. The meniscus is the one that goes in that situation. Little disc in the knee that you can pinch, can tear, can sometimes continue on. Djokovic had one last year. That'll test it out straight away.
40-13.
You back with us, Josh? You had a little microphone snafu there.
I'm back.
It was a crisis and I needed my expert.
Yeah, just a slight hiccup, but
it was worrying, wasn't it, the knee? When you see that happen instantaneously,
yeah, he's a big man, 6'5", and you get in an awkward position. Your immediate thoughts are, boy, is this serious or not? But clearly it looks good. Looks good to go.
Advantage, Fritz.
That'll be annoying for Fritz. He was in control of this rally. It's never easy. You come into a match when he's a heavy favourite.
Advantage, Fritz. Game, Fritz.
Couple of errors from Garin, and Fritz breaks here. Opening set to lead 3-1.
3-1.
Take another look at this little thing with the knee. Just a hyperextension, but when you see an immediate jump like that, obviously a little burst of pain in there. It's not the first bit. It seems to be the second bit where you just catch and...
Yeah, and you also never know what pre-existing injuries they're carrying coming into matches or if there's any niggles. But it was just awkward, wasn't it?
Appears to be A-OK. Ended up getting the service break. A few patrons still coming in behind the players. We need to address this. Seeing it virtually in every match. Fans coming in and out good rather than sitting outside. They're here to watch the tennis, but I think if you're behind the players, you've got to be mindful.
That's probably the only section. There's, you know, that one section right behind the players, because when you throw the ball toss up, it can get lost with someone walking down an aisle.
30.
But certainly on the sides of the courts, no problem.
Yep. I think it's a good introduction. Keep the fans in the seats. Yeah. Needs to produce a few more shots like that to maintain the pressure on Fritz. Not easy.
Oh. That's such great defending on end range. And look how quickly he can turn defense into attack. That's where he's improved so much. His movement, where he can get out there and then really do something with the ball.
Game, Fritz.
Another short service game for Taylor Fritz.
4 games to 1.
Consolidates the break, leads 4-1 in this opening set. How are your menisci, Josh?
Had it one of them operated on, and it wasn't a success, unfortunately, because of these days it's a pretty simple operation, and they say you should be, back and can be pretty consistent.
Yeah, a couple of weeks.
Yeah, mine took a year.
Really?
It's never been the same. So anyway, I'm here, I'm living, I'm breathing, it's all good. And have you had yours done?
Had one operated on, and that's fine. And then my first run back after having fixed one, I tore the other one. First run back, but I haven't had to do anything with it. It's one of those strange things, if you've ever had one, it can catch and you can't straighten your leg. So when you're sitting down like we are today, you could get up and then you can't actually straighten your leg up.
Up and down the stairs.
Yeah, but the pain is okay, and you can operate, with little nicks. So after that little scare with the knee, Fritz has gone on a tear. He's broken serve and then held strongly.
A good day to be scheduled. Day like today, just 21 degrees, a top temperature here in Melbourne, so significantly cooler. If you can get through quickly on a day like today, is the weather supposed to heat up?
Yeah.
Here in Melbourne, Dave, I know you're a local. You'd be all over it.
Into the 30s. Nothing in the high 30s, though. We saw that on the Saturday and Sunday before we got to the start of the tournament. So there was a bit of heat around when we started. And, of course, on the Monday we had the tempest where the thunder and lightning forced us to scurry. Still a little... couple of times Fritz has just gone down to the knee here. Sure, he's still 100% convinced that he's A-OK. Yeah, 32 on Sunday, 30 on Monday, 29 on Saturday. This is Melbourne, though, so that's just a just a guide.
30-15.
But you're right, it's a significant difference if you're playing in low 20s compared to the mid 30s here.
Good play here from Garin. Not really how he wants to be playing, but I feel he's got to just make it a little uncomfortable for Fritz. He can't afford to get into long rallies. Fritz will win those, so I like this little play from Garin, coming forward and trying to get Fritz out of that middle corridor of the court.
So Garin holds serve, needed to. 4-1 down.
Shout out to Paul Anacone, who also does weeks with Taylor Fritz, who's hunkered down over there in Los Angeles. We understand it's pretty harrowing over there, so has done a few weeks in the off season with Taylor in Los Angeles, and of course Mike Russell there, who is the travelling coach, does 35 weeks with Taylor. Sometimes Paul is out here commentating with us. There's Mike, and to the right, his physio.
Looks like he could still be playing Mike Russell. He was a terrier.
He's in beast mode at the moment. He's so fit. There he is on the left, and his physio on the right there, Wolfgang Oswald. Doing some good work for Team Taylor Fritz.
15 all.
Oh, such a
30.
Such a repeatable serve from Taylor Fritz. That's 212. It looks such easy power. He can repeat it for long periods. And just winning so many free points.
All. 40-13.
Yeah, Taylor Fritz, he really has got a great ability to spread the court. When he is serving, he doesn't use the body serve that often. He's got a really good ability to hit his targets. He can go wide and tee on both courts particularly well.
Game, Fritz. New balls, please.
So Taylor Fritz in command here in the opening set, 5-2.
5 games to 2.
Let's take a closer look at the service motion of Taylor Fritz.
It's very simple. He gets up really tall, really high. Look at that knee bend. Then that is called a platform serve, where he doesn't bring the back foot up, and you've really got to have good leg strength to launch up into it. Most players don't serve with that. They do bring that back foot up, most players in the top 100. But to do that, you know, the really natural servers tend to do that. Federer did it. Your timing's got to be excellent, and as I said, it's a repeatable service motion that looks like it's only getting better. You like the biomechanics, Dave?
I do.
Yeah.
Strongest muscles in the body, the legs, so that generates a lot of power. We're just looking at the serve of Taylor Fritz and discussing the biomechanics of it all. I'm not sure that tennis players use the legs enough on the serve, Josh. I think they can. Some of them do, no doubt, but you know, they're the strongest muscles in the body, legs and buttocks, and you can generate a lot of power.
It's probably the hardest shot in tennis to teach well from a young age. It's really not that simple for youngsters to have the strength.
It's only a subtle thing. We're seeing it. You know, I play far too much golf, as you do. Seeing it much more in golf. The top golfers using their legs so much more, particularly with the driver, and the force that they generate into the ground helps them generate the club head speed, impact on the ball. Serves can be a little bit like that, in my view. From a layman. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no. Of course, the power comes from ground up. It's that knee bend that then drives the racket. That jumping motion drives the racket through.
That's where the step-up serve is interesting. It's more technical, obviously. The timing has to be spot on to do that.
The key is also the ball toss. You've got to get that ball toss so you can be at full extension. You know, you sort of want to be 12 or 1 o'clock on a clock straight above your head.
And Fritz's release there is beautiful.
Yeah.
It just comes out of the hand so smoothly.
Yeah, you're right. His ball toss is excellent. This would be huge for Fritz if he can just break, and then that means he can keep the pressure on and serve first in the second set. That would be just what Team Taylor Fritz are looking for.
He's got 3 set points. You only need one of the 3 set points he had there. Pretty comfortable opening set for the American Taylor Fritz. 6-2, just 28 minutes. Well, that was cruise control almost for Taylor Fritz in this opening set. Breaking 4th game, and then in the final game, take a look at the statistics. 83% of second serves won if he needed them, but the first serve percentage not too bad. 10 winners, not many unforced errors. One of those sprints caused a few issues with the knee, but still just giving it a little rub here and there, so not 100%. Winner of this match, Altmaier and Monfils in action just next door on 15.73.
Have you got a score update for us?
It's a set apiece.
No. 2 sets to love.
2 sets to love for Monfils.
On serve, 5-4 deep in the third. So Monfils in good form though. Well, he won, didn't he, in Auckland last week?
He defeated the big serving countryman, Rapeshi
Pericard in 5.
Yeah, it was an entertaining clash. Well, Fritz would be happy with this situation so far, and as you mentioned, he serves first in the first game of the second set, which will please him as well. So as he has been throughout this season, started at the end of 2024, day after Boxing Day in Melbourne, the United Cup. Over in Perth there for him, and has continued on here. 6-2 in the opening set.
Second set, Fritz.
Oh, stunning, isn't it?
15 love.
You know, this is a difficult shot. It's low. He's got to get it up and down quickly, and it has to be a winner because he's so far out of court. If that goes to Garin's forehand, and it's not a winner, it's trouble. Good stat, this one. It just shows you that Fritz, his average serve speed, just 3 kilometres high, which that's compared to the top 10. So it's one of the bigger serves, but he's got great ability to vary his pace on serve. Just subtly, that's what the great Roger Federer did, and that's what I think Fritz does very well also.
They did a lot of movement there. Fritz charged into the net, scrambled back, got himself back into it.
13.
Good lob from Garin.
And this serve, it's not just the pure pace. 187, there's a great indication of what we were alluding to. It's the shape and it's the slider that just, the ball just chases away from Garin. So it's very difficult to have an impact as a returner when the ball's moving as much as it does on Taylor Fritz's serve.
Game, Fritz. First game.
She's had success with that slider down the tee. On that ad court. And he's got a lot of fans. Taylor Fritz, there's no doubt about it. He's a popular player now. Saw Coco Gauff in action last night on Rod Laver Arena. Also having strong support. They teamed up together to lead the way for Team USA to win the United Cup, where both players were in great form. Coco was the MVP at the United Cup. But she was well supported by Taylor, that's for sure. He came up trumps a couple of times in the men's singles. He loves the target as well.
Yeah. It's no surprise when you consider the serve of Taylor Fritz, but if he wins the first set, he wins the match. 16 of the last 17 Grand Slam matches. It was only at Wimbledon last year against Lorenzo Musetti in the quarter-final that he won the opening set and then lost the next two and then ended up a fifth set. He's a good front runner.
Well, I think if you're playing Taylor Fritz, it must feel unrelenting. You know, it's coming from you everywhere, not just the serve, but of course the returns are very damaging, and then just the overall ball striking is from every part of the court. This is not what Garin wanted to start the second set. He needs to just really try and hang on the scoreboard. Dig these heels in and just try and get a couple of these early service games so he can just put a little bit of pressure on Fritz at the moment. It's the second serve that's causing Garin a lot of problems. He's only winning 3 out of 8, so that's 38% on second serve.
Out. 40-13. Deuce. Advantage, Garin.
He won't go away, Garin, that's for sure. He'll stick around as long as he can. And again, seeing him push forward to the net. 5 of 7 so far. He's won when he's come forward, so that's a good number.
Advantage, Fritz.
When Fritz hits that ball and it was a little wraps around the frame, a slight shank, it's just so hard to control. It's lively, this court, when the ball is deep with a bit of heat in it. Oh, Garin works so hard in that service game, comes up with donuts as Fritz breaks to love. And that's the thing, isn't it? So hard. He had a couple of chances, game points, wasn't able to put it away, and then Fritz just grinds him down. Yeah, he suffocates you, doesn't he, the way he plays. There's no obvious holes in Taylor Fritz's game, and as you can see, Cristian Garin, he's having to play a brand of tennis that it's not his normal game style. He likes to just grind and rally, but you can't do that against Fritz. He'll hit you off the court.
Thank you, players.
Early break here.
Any seat for now, thank you. Well done from Garin here. This is an excellent shot. Changing direction hard down the line. Love 15.
Probably another part of the court. You can see Taylor, he loves to hit forehands from that part of the court. So if you can get it quickly down there, you might just catch Taylor off guard of just a fraction. But that's the problem. He averages 2 free points at least a service game, does Taylor Fritz. So that means as a returner, you've got to do some great stuff every opportunity you get that ball back in play on return. There's your 2 free points right there.
30-15. Game, Fritz.
So well and truly in command here.
Fritz leads 3
Taylor
games.
Fritz up a set, 3-love. Incredible the amount of information now available to the players, coaches, etc. Distance run there.
Yeah, it's not the distance run, I don't think is too much of a relevant stat. It's a change of direction.
From accumulated distance?
I don't think that's ever...
Time.
Maybe. Clock's ticking here for Garin. It would feel quick out here because what is it, 45 minutes at 6-2, 3-love. You just want to try and slow things down just to give yourself a chance, just to create a little bit of doubt in your opponent's mind. It's all happening a little too quick. And because he can't get close enough on the scoreboard to create any scoreboard pressure, that just enables Fritz the freedom to continue just to go for it. And that's what he's done very well.
Love 13.
Get another break here. It's dire, isn't it, if you're Team Garin? Oh, stop it. Can do no wrong, Taylor Fritz.
Well, the array of shots that he's produced even in this game. Lovely angle. Three break points.
Game, Fritz.
Oh, what a comfortable encounter he's having so far, Taylor Fritz. Second break in this set, out to a 4-love lead. Some great shot making, but the resistance from the other end is not really there at the moment, and he does look a little demoralised. Cristian Garin
just doesn't have the weapons, doesn't have the artillery to go with Taylor Fritz. Certainly not on a hard court.
There are still a couple of clay courts here at Melbourne Park.
There is a long way down the back.
You must walk past them every day, get a little twitchy.
They're way down the back, but not here where the action is.
I mean, there's so many really great young Americans. They're not so young at the moment. They're sort of midway through their career, where Taylor Fritz, Tommy Paul, Ben Shelton, Francis Tiafoe, Sebastian Korda, just to name a few. There's more for sure that I'm missing, but there's such a healthy rivalry amongst those guys that are really pushing each other in US tennis. And love to, you know, be that next American star to win a slam. I think Taylor Fritz is leading the way.
Yeah, 11 US players through to the second round. 8 of them in action today.
It must have been a big occasion, of course, for Taylor Fritz playing Jannik Sinner. I think although, you know, he was well beaten, I thought, in that final, just the learning and the opportunity for next time he gets there.
Yeah, enormous amount of attention.
Game, Fritz.
So Fritz
leads 5 games to love.
Appearing at a 2-sets-to-love lead here. 5-love. Yeah, I agree with that. The learning experience of being there on the final day. All that goes with that. The media commitments after the semi-final. Waking up in the morning, you know, the attention on you being in the final. Getting through the day, arriving at the courts when there's just you and one other left in the tournament. All of that's a completely different experience that the winners of so many of the majors now are just so used to. But the tension, he's a laid-back character, Fritz, so that helps him.
Yeah, the hype, especially in New York, if you are an American, yeah, it'd be enormous. Yeah, and also, these are not sprints. The Grand Slams, they're marathons. It's not like your regular tournament where you come and it's just a week long. So managing that whole 2 to 3 week experience takes some skill and experience.
Grand Slam Oval, magnificent place to be. So many screens there, you can watch the action, but all around the venue you can sit on a little hill and watch whatever court it is that takes your fancy. We're at Margaret Court Arena, where Taylor Fritz is putting on a bit of a demolition here. Still inside the hour.
Gee. On end range. Great return.
Fault. 15 all. Out. 30-15.
Fault.
Forty 15. Game ready.
So on the scoreboard in this second set, the Chilean.
Yeah, a bit of relief, more so than anything. You don't want to lose set 6 love.
Love 15.
Out.
15 all.
Out.
50-13.
As you'd expect, strong response here. Just trying to close out this second set. He wants to try and keep the foot down, keep momentum.
40-13.
Yeah, healthy first serve percentage for Taylor, up at 65%. The first serve's in.
Thank you.
So Fritz well in command here. Second set, 6-1 to go with the first.
Fritz leads by 2 sets.
Well in command. Right on the half hour for the American. Summary of that second set.
Yeah, pretty good numbers everywhere you look. Of course, for Taylor Fritz, and it's the first serve points won at 83%. Also the second serve. On the flip side, if you're Cristian Garin, you cannot afford just to be winning 29% of points on the second. It's the unforced error count, 10 in that set alone. It's okay if you're going to hit a bunch of winners, but if you flip it around and you're Taylor Fritz, he's winning in that department more winners against unforced errors. So it's one-sided. And probably as we may have anticipated, but it's the sort of form that Taylor Fritz is in. He's knocking on the door of a slam here, I feel, at the Australian Open, and his form's been excellent all summer. So he's only getting better as the tournament progresses, and I imagine there's a few people in the draw that would be a little bit wary when they see their name come up against Taylor Fritz at the back end of a Grand Slam. So good stuff, Taylor Fritz.
(6-2, 6-1) first 2 sets to the American Taylor Fritz, 4th seed. Interestingly, he takes that left shoe off every sit down. Might have a bunion like me and just relieve the pressure, but as soon as he sits down, the left shoe comes off and it's back on. We're just discussing the draw. Daniil Medvedev is at the bottom of this section that Fritz is in. A couple of the other seeds have gone by the wayside. Jesse Petitcard, Rublev, Poprin. Monfils has defeated Altmaier to confirm his spot. That'll be the next opponent.
No, it won't be easy, I wouldn't think.
Is he what you would describe Gael Monfils these days, a dangerous floater?
More than that. Yep, very much a dangerous floater at a bare minimum. That's great stuff again from Fritz. I mean, if you're Cristian Garin, you've tried 2 sets where you've been pretty aggressive for his normal game style. He's just made too many errors, so I just wonder whether he decides, well, I'm just going to lock in and just try not to miss in this set and just make Taylor earn it, make him have to hit winners and win some long grinding rallies.
Game Fritz.
So another break of serve. Once again to start off the set. So no matter what he's trying, Cristian Garin not working at the moment. Every time Fritz has had a break opportunity, he's been able to convert it. Twice in both the opening sets. And now to start off the third. Can be frustrating when you're in the business of being a professional tennis player and when you double fault.
It's not your fault, it's the coach's fault.
I don't think so. I think he was taking responsibility.
That's ridiculous.
Just one of those days where you go, yep, things are going well here, team. I'm down 2 sets to love. Of facing break points. I've saved one, and then what do? Double fault.
Yeah, there's nowhere in the court Garin can find
15
that he can even remotely get Fritz in trouble at all today. Really lacking a knockout punch, or just shows you, doesn't it, the difference of a clay court or a true clay courter, which Cristian Garin really is. Whilst he's had a good result on the grass a few years ago at Wimbledon, but outside of that, it's all clay courts for Cristian Garin.
30-15.
An hour and 6 minutes. Taylor Fritz would be just loving this. I guess the challenge here for Fritz is just to keep the focus, given he hasn't been challenged at all today.
40-13.
You just got to get to the finish line if you're Taylor Fritz from here. Just head down, keep doing what you're doing, and get off the court as quick as possible.
Game Fritz. Fritz leads 2 games to love.
Difficult place to be a tennis court when you're facing this sort of opponent, this sort of scoreline. No place to hide. Can't just sneak off into the background. Keep fighting, trying to find a way.
This is a good point from Garin. Uses the little short chip. It wasn't a drop shot, but it's enough just to bring the big man Taylor Fritz forward. Couldn't quite get a big hit on that forehand, so he has to lift up and push forward. He doesn't love that, Taylor Fritz. Yeah, look out. That was always going to be
30 love.
a rip. He's missed this one far too often today. He's just dragging it across his body too much. Doesn't need to be as good as he probably feels it needs to be, but that's the pressure from Taylor Fritz and the scoreboard.
Deuce.
40 love up. Back to deuce.
Advantage, Fritz. Game Fritz.
Well, indicative of how things are going for Cristian Garin.
3 games to love.
Will he love up? Gives up the game. Fritz continues his dominance. 3-love.
Well, he's putting on a clinic, isn't he? Taylor Fritz. Yep, 6-2, 6-1, 3-love. And a big reason why is the serve. As you can see, he just spreads the court so well. Very few body serves, 41% out wide, 54 down the tee. And it's a pretty similar number on that ad court as well, both first and second. So that's what's doing the damage, I really feel. He served 6 aces today, and it's just such a beautiful motion. Look at that left arm straight up. Nice sink there, gets into a jump position, and then full extension with easy power. And then he's ready for the +1 shot, the next shot straight after this. So if that ball does come back, which quite often it doesn't, he's going to pound it with that big forehand.
So the 4th-seeded American Taylor Fritz well and truly in command here against Cristian Garin, who made it through to the main draw via qualifying. He has been to the 3rd round in 2022, the former number 17, but he's not quite at that level. Currently 150 in the world, and he's receiving some punishment here from the big American.
Love 15. Out. 15 on. Out. 40-15.
Just getting a little windy down here. You can see the wind wrapping around. You can't see it, but you can see what it's doing to the ball. It was a little tricky there. Good little adjustment steps, and just shows you how confident he is. Just nothing is getting in the way of the Taylor Fritz game today.
You're doing the post-match interview here, aren't you? You might have to leave, I think.
It's going so quick.
Yeah. We've got to sit down after this, but we might be a couple of games away from its conclusion.
See if I can make the post-match longer than the actual match. This is so rapid.
An hour and 16. You've got that in you.
Yeah.
You've been in good form on that too.
I don't know about that.
Misha Zverev never talking to you again after throwing him under the bus with his brother on opening night.
Oh, we're missing Jim Courier. He's normally out there doing it.
Out. 15 on. Wait, please.
There's just been zero stress on Taylor all day. Zero. So that's got to feel pretty good. That's the sort of forehands or point I would have expected to see a bit more of from Garin today.
30-all.
Oh. Well, incredible work from Taylor Fritz, and he's on the verge of a couple of stats here. Equal best in terms of fewest games dropped in a Grand Slam is 3. He's on the verge of that. 5 love.
Time.
Dominant display by Taylor Fritz. Fewest games he's ever dropped in a Grand Slam match is 3. It was versus Jakub Mensik at the US Open in 2023, so he's on the verge of that. He's also yet to drop a single service game during the Australian Open of this year. As we get towards the end of his second round match, didn't lose his serve against Brooksby in the opening round, hasn't done so here. May have completely mozzed him, but serving for the match.
15 love. Games a match.
It's a Fritz blitz.
3 sets to 1. 6-2.
Just the 3 games dropped. A demolition through to the third round. 6-2, 6-1, 6 love, an hour and 22 minutes of impressive tennis. yet to drop his serve. Equals his best in terms of games that he's given up in a Grand Slam. Impressive. Not a day to remember for Cristian Garin. Toiled away, but from the outset, the American too strong, all facets of the game. So as Garin makes his way off the court, we're not too far away from hearing from Taylor Fritz. Josh Eagles made his way courtside, just waiting for Fritz to make his way over. Monfils confirmed as the next opponent. Let's join Josh with Taylor Fritz courtside.
Taylor Fritz, congratulations. A good day in the office. Just 3 games dropped today and also haven't lost serve all tournament, so things are going very well for you.
Yeah, it always feels great to come out and play a match like that. I played great and played well in my first round too, so it's, yeah, I mean, high on confidence going into the third round. This is awesome.
Just having a quick chat there to your coach, Mike Russell. He just said, we've got to keep him on the straight and narrow. He said Taylor will want to go back and do a bit of gaming. He might want you back out on the practice court. What's your thoughts on that?
It's not I might want to go play some games. I'm definitely going to go play some games, but I'll be back on the practice court tomorrow, you know, dialing things back in, making sure I'm ready to come back in the third round and hopefully play another match like today.
On a serious note, I know you've got a lot of people close to you back home in Los Angeles, of course, with the fires which are going on. So do you have a message for your friends and family back home?
Yeah, I mean, I just want everyone to obviously stay safe. It's insane what happened, and I wanted to say something after my first round match, but I'm gonna be donating my first round prize money to LA Wildfire Relief Funds, and it's really the least I can do. You know, Southern California is my home, and LA is you know, LA was my home for a very long time. So just doing, you know, what I can possibly do to help, and I would encourage anyone else that, you know, can donate to help too, because, you know, a lot of people really need the help.
Very grateful. Great gesture from Taylor. And just lastly, mate, you've got a difficult assignment against an in-form Gael Monfils next up. It doesn't get easier, as it should be, as you progress through the tournament, but that's a mouth-watering clash for the fans.
Yeah, we actually, we played here a long time ago, but yeah, I mean, Gael's first off, great guy. Like, I get along really well with him, and he's been playing great. He just won a title, super happy for him, and playing really well his last 2 matches. So it's going to be tough. You know, he's always a fan favorite.
2 players in really good form here. Taylor Fritz, congratulations. You're into the third round.
Thank you.
Nice gesture from Taylor Fritz. $130,000 first round prize money, Australian dollars. And he's contributing to support the devastation in Los Angeles and the surrounding areas. Seen a number of players doing that across the last couple of weeks. That's a very strong win. Aaron 22 minutes, 6-2, 6-1, 6 love.